Doing? Hope we're all doing good. Make sure everything's working. Looks good. Do some stream readers. Awesome. And so there's a new event started. So we'll start a battle once we get all our paints and everything ready to go. We were going to do like some Slaves to Darkness or something like that today, but kind of want to do some more work on Abaddon. But I think going forward what we'll probably do is each time we start a new main project, we'll do like a solid, like the first week we'll be focusing on that mini, and then the following weeks then we'll be doing Monday, Friday will be the main project, and then Wednesday will be like everything else, just so we can get like a good start on the model. Alice, how you doing? Nice to see you. So we need some paints. Let's grab some coal black. I've been thinking about the way we're doing like the OSL, the way we've been doing like the armor and everything. And I kind of want to change how we've done like the grey. So if you take a look real quick. So we've sort of done sort of like a simple like blended highlight. I think I might go a bit more extreme. So like where the, see how the light shines, a nice band of light right here. I might do like a nice focused highlight and then fade it out. But I want to do more work on the OSL. I'm going to change up how we've been like building up the layers as well. I'm going to go like straight in with our brightest purple. Do a nice bright spot and then work around that. And then fade it out as it gets around into like the shadows. Just so we get an idea of how bright we can take the purple. We can always glaze over it and things like that to darken it back down. And then we'll get like the metallic. I want us to do like the metallic on the chest, so we can get this section glued on. And then we can introduce like a bit of shadow behind all like the pipes and everything. We can paint the pipes. We can do like a glaze of like purple to get like a sort of shine on it. We'll see how it goes. I just think like I've been really thinking about it yesterday, and I think we can do something better than we're currently doing. We'll see though. So let's get some dark purple. -12, better than yesterday, but still not something you like. Yeah, I saw your post on the Discord. Crazy. I'm glad it doesn't get that cold here. But like what the temperature shows and what it actually, like the temperature outside with like the wind and everything, isn't entirely true. Like it says like what, it's like 5 degrees or something, and then it says, you know, like wind, and it's got feels like -3. So why don't they just say -3? We're gonna grab some purple. I'm going to space these out a little bit on the palette as well. I'm going to try and sort of go back to how we started painting. Instead of mixing the colors and stuff and that on the palette, or create like a mix off to the side, try and like keep the colors on the brush so we can build up the layers and things and that a little bit quicker. We're not going back and forth between colors. Hopefully they don't merge together on the palette and stuff again. So we've got all of them. Let's grab our brush. So real -12. The real field wind factor. Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. Like it says -12. And then when you add the wind on top, it's even colder. It's like, so it feels like -15. So it's like, why don't they just say it's minus like 12 with like a wind chill or something? I don't know. Not a weather expert. Let's grab some water. Mix that in. At least you're inside though, right? Okay. How's that the office move supposed to be coming along? Like, have you heard anything more about that? Is it still going ahead? Guessing like COVID and that's had added delays and everything like that. Okay, so we're going to drop that in there. Let's do a little bit of, let's go to some more water. Let's mix it into that dark purple. Drop it into here. Something like that. Mix in a touch of water to our black. Should probably get some transparent black on the palette as well. A little bit of that in. Let's let that dry for a second. Grab a transparent black. I always give the two temps here. In summer it's called humidics. Okay, interesting. A little bit of that. You're supposed to go to the office Tuesday to Thursday. However, the government said work from home. It's not going into the office. No worries. Just mix in some water to that. There we go. Okay, let's grab our purple again. We're going to have to do some adjustments to the chest when we add that extra little piece on. I'm just going to paint it like it's not there for now. No point overcomplicating things. Grab a dark purple. Draw that across. From this side. Start working those two colors together. more of our brighter purple. Back into our dark purple. A bit more. Okay, let's grab our black. Come in from this side. Take the excess off the brush. Always pull in towards the shadow. Tiny touch of dark purple. Blend that into that black. Tiny touch more dark purple now. Something like that. Let's clean off the brush. Let's grab some black. Okay. Some transparent black now. Bring that up from there. Clean off the brush. Hold down towards the shadow. Clean off the brush properly. Tiny bit of water on the brush. Feather that out. Okay, let's grab some black. Drop a tiny bit under there. Pull towards the shadow. Clean off the brush, a little bit of moisture. That down like that. It's looking way better already. Do we want to go even brighter than that? think so. Let's grab our purple again. Put that across like that. Tiny touch of dark purple. Introduce into the side where that brighter purple meets. Clean off a little bit of the brush. Tiny touch of the bright purple again. More of that dark purple. Some of that black. Like the biggest thing I'm trying to avoid is having colors just randomly end. Or having like a clear line between each color. Like that. More black. Got a little bit of purple mixed into that, so let's grab some more black. Let's try and get rid of that altogether. Okay. Got a little bit of dark purple. Need all the purples everywhere. A little bit of shadow there. A bit like that. Looking better already. Starting to get that brightness showing. Like I want the main focus of the brightest purple to be like right here. So I can paint this in like that. So I want it to be like focused there. Obviously right now, with like no metallic or anything on it, it looks a little weird. Switch back to a smaller brush as well so we can do some more fine detailing. Way more control than like the larger brush. We'll reinforce that shadow again. A little bit under there. Like that. See if we can get some black on this trim. A little bit like that. Okay. Maybe we should put the metallic in. See how the metallic interacts with the purple before we like fully commit to like the OSL idea. So if it doesn't work very well on the metallic, we can always just do it as like a purple highlight on the front side. Let's do that. Purple metallics, use metallic medium and transparent purple. I don't have metallic medium. I should have picked some up. Comes with a metallic set. Okay. Spotty, how you doing? Nice to see you. Just in time for us to start up some stream readers, so we can get started on this new event. We got a pretty lucky first campaign. We have a token chest, then we have a skin chest. So we're going to go down this direction, hit that, go up here, get that. So start that up. I'll have to check. I'll have to see if Element Games have the metallic set. Quests. Place 2 healers, win 3 battles, 5 mages, possibly. Do we have a healer? Which one's our? I think this is our healer. I think. Yes. Cool. There's that. Let's have a look. Element Games. Monument Hobbies. Let's have a look real quick. Paints. Ooh, they got the base texture now as well. Ooh. Okay. Golds, coppers. Transparent white. Might have to get that as well. Interesting how transparent white is 1p cheaper than the other ones. Make bundle. Transparents. Ah, no, they don't have any metallics in. That sucks. Do they have... I'm guessing they don't sell the... metallic... Oh, there it is. They sell it separately. So we could grab that, and we could grab the transparent white. Like, I'd like to get the set, but we've already got dark silver, we've already got silver. We've already got a bunch of golds and stuff as well. So really, we'd be buying the set just for the medium. So yeah, I could get the transparent white, get the metallic medium. But I kind of want to paint it now. We should have... should have painted something else. Don't have a Chaos Army. Ooh. 0 treats, wow. Not even put in there. Rep. Guess Spotty is right. Coffee. We can always attempt it. Throw a bit of metallic down. Then we can always glaze over transparent purple anyway. And it'll work sort of the same. We'll just have that gold base to work from, rather than it being metallic purple. No! Wow. What's the command? Remove. Is it like remove points? I'm joking. We can try it. Like I say, we can always glaze over transparent purple. We can always thin down our purples into a glaze it over. Like I said, we'll have that gold base to work from as well. So we need to make the decision what sort of golds we want to go for. I'm tempted to start with Viking gold as our base. So I'm thinking we do Viking gold. Into Dwarven gold. Into Elven gold, I think. Yeah, don't know what you're talking about. Be right back, get a drink. No worries. A little bit off to the side on the palette. That there. This is where it'd be nice to have like a recipe book. Or like a recipe log for this miniature. Just a little bit too much water. Oh, Alex, what are the Monument Hobbies metallics like to work with? Are they like super nice? I'm not gonna probably do those teeth in like silver or something. Maybe even like bone. That'd be kind of cool. So I'm going to paint all that. I'm just going to paint the area that we're going to test our purple on. Try and get that metallic right onto the edge of the trim. Like that. And find the angle to sneak in around here. There's no way we're gonna get... Maybe we can. Nice, perfect. I always like underestimate myself. I always look at like an area that we're trying to paint is like blocked by something. I think, oh, there's no way we're gonna get a brush in there. We end up nailing it. What was the question? What are the Monument Hobbies paints like to work with? They're metallics. I just love these Scalecolor metallics. The thing I love about them is the fact that you can actually mix in like a decent amount of water. And they still sort of hold, like they maintain their properties a bit better as well. I think they use their like gel, like medium in their metallics as well as their regular paints. I think that might have something to do with it. Could be wrong though. Gold and copper are pretty good. Silver not bad. Yeah, I got dark silver and silver. Hosting us now. Thank you. The Acryl metallics, you add a bit of airbrush thinner. Not a bad idea. Okay, looks good. Do a little bit more up here. A nice solid base coat. I'm going to do a bunch of weathering and everything to the metallic. So we mix it in like little bits of black, little bit of obviously doing our transparent brown, things like that. Okay, looks good. Let's get some transparent brown while we're thinking about it. You need more coffee? No worries. Made the mistake of adding flow improver once, never doing it again. Yeah, I don't think that would end very well. A bit of transparent brown. Get some water mixed into that. Okay. Start off with a little bit of transparent black. Mix in a little bit of transparent brown. I want to get it just to sit just over the edge of the trim. A little bit of black. I don't think because you're painting gold you only have to you can only use like a brown wash. Like if you want to maintain that gold, of course a brown wash makes complete sense. If you want to go like super weathered, don't be afraid to mix in black as well. Like Null Oil or whatever. Okay. From transparent black, transparent brown, and then mix together. I'm going to focus the brown where the highlight is going to be. The black more towards the shadows. Okay, it's looking good. Let's grab some more black. A little bit of transparent brown. Okay, looks good. Welcome back. Hopefully you got a nice cup of coffee. Okay, switch brushes. Let's go back to our purple. Like that. Dark purple. That's how I'm painting down towards the bottom of the model, trying to follow the shape of like the chest armor. That's so we can start focusing more of a highlight across the center. Also gives it a little bit of texture as well. So it looks like it's not totally smooth. Nice. Now transparent's still drying, so we did apply a lot. Let's focus down on this section. How about purple? Dark purple, a bit more of this light purple. Need to start trying to like leaving areas of paint dry before we mess with them. Sometimes I notice we paint like a section in, we go black, go back and start blending it, but as it's drying, or as it's like dry, it already sort of like fades out a bit. So spending like that time blending it out and everything like that. And sometimes we don't really even need to. Give me a second, everybody. Okay, sorry about that. If only there's some sort of command in chat. I know, but if people like stop in after the command's posted, you're not going to see it. We need something on screen. What we need is a phone emote that when the, like, if we can get it so when the command's posted, the emote comes up on the screen. That'd be kind of cool. You plan how you're going to spend the money to get the Tau coin. You said you're not going to get Curse City, didn't you? Oh, obviously it depends when the release is as well. If they have the Tau Kill Team box, whatever that one was called, in stock still. I think Element Games got some in recently. So I don't know if they're still making them, if they're still sending them out. Oh, it's a space, okay. Kill team. Try that. This one, was it this one? Comes with the Tau? No. That's the one with the Death Corps. The Death Corps and the Orcs. Is it this? Yeah, this one. You already have it. Oh. Buy battle scripts, start collecting Eldar. Already have that. You could potentially wait, see when the Eldar releases if you're interested in them. You could always buy a big Tau model. Like a Storm Surge or something. Less scummy Xenos than Tau. Yeah, I think Games Workshop are missing a trick with those coins. Like, they sort of done it with, like, the Stormcast and that. But, like, the releases of miniatures should be, or, like, the coins should be themed around the releases of the miniatures. So now there's a Tau coin, they should have Tau releases. So people who want the coin can get some new Tau minis. They probably have like a some sort of like Eldar coin, guessing. Unless they're all sort of like bundled into one. And notice how I'm painting, like, typically when you paint miniatures, you want to keep the brush strokes all in the same direction, because that helps give the appearance of it being a lot smoother. Like, and that works great for things like Space Marines, anything that's got like a really well maintained armor, stuff like Tau. But like with Chaos, I'd assume the armor is like maintained, but not to like a super high standard. It's not going to be like polished and cleaned after every battle in there. So it's going to have like a build-up of texture and everything on it, some dents, some scrapes. So painting in different directions help give the appearance. The armor sort of like uneven. Like a tiny little bit of dark purple. Try and get a little bit of shadow in there. Do that Stream Raiders battle in a second. Do a little bit of stippling. Trying to build up the brightness to be focused on like this point right here. Okay, do a little bit of dark purple. Drop in those shadows again. Make sure we don't have too much on the brush. That'll just help clean up the trim as well. Go over with any like metallic. Let's drop a little bit of shadow up here as well. nice. Do a little mix of dark purple and that brighter purple. I want to get a tiny bit of shadow just behind here, but not as dark as the dark purple. Nice clean edge. Like that. There we go. Starting to build up that brightness. Looking good. Right, stream rate is time. Tau are chaos. Are they? That's why Sparty loves them so much. They had a Tau release. The kill, yeah, but that, you can't really call that a release, can you? It's a kill team box. They didn't like overhaul the entire range like they did with the Stormcast. I consider like the Stormcast a release, not like one box with a few minis in. GW release schedule is all messed up, so I think that's why. Yeah, well, it makes sense with them having to shut down, doesn't it? You get behind on releases, hence why we're getting all sorts of articles before the stuff gets released. Joe, how you doing? Nice to see you. Let's do some stream raiders. So that down. Yeah, I think like with them having to shut down like COVID and stuff and that, I think that's why we got like a bunch of releases pretty close, like back to back, rather than being a bit more spaced out and making a bit more sense. That's weird, my like healer's glitching out, like disappearing. Maybe we should have went for something a bit more substantial. Let's try to get the quest then. We should be okay. You doing alright? Yeah, I'm doing not too bad. We were going to work on other miniatures today, but I decided Abaddon's too good to leave for now. And then I was thinking about like the OSL sort of lighting with the purple that we're doing yesterday, and I really wanted to try and progress that a bit today. Alright, good job everybody. Very nice. Wonder if we can get away with another healer? What the heck? Oh, I can't put one down. That sucks. Put that down there. Switch back to this. I've moved my chat over to the other side of the monitor now, so like it's on this side of my screen rather than that side. It's just weird trying to work out where to leave the mouse now. You know, the ones like Alice who have the most chaos corruption don't see how far they've gone. Speaking from experience, Spotty. What's that? Also, they are just releasing Conquest outside of the UK. I expect to delay loads of other production. That has delayed loads of other Conquest. Conquest. Do you mean the magazine? Okay, let's return to our purple. I'm liking this so much more already. Be a bit of a shame to throw that I like chess piece thing on. Come on in. Oh no! Our first bristle. I will say I'm very impressed with these Artist Opus brushes. Like, don't get me wrong, they are, I think, one of the most expensive brushes you can buy. And cost doesn't always equal quality. Or I should say one of the most expensive, like, miniature focused brushes, because there are ridiculous brushes out there. Or brushes that are intended for miniature painting, I should say. But I think if they can hold up to how we paint, I think they'll be a really nice investment for someone who maybe doesn't like mix paint and stuff and that on their brushes and everything. They'll probably last even longer. Like, I'm not saying we mistreat our brushes or anything like that. We always clean them and everything. But I don't think the average painter loads up their brush with like 2, possibly 3 colors without even cleaning it off. I was watching Jan streaming the other day. They were talking about the Winsor & Newton brushes. And I think next time we're in the market for some brushes, I might pick up 1 or 2 of them and try them out. Cool. The magazine? Okay. Isn't it called Imperium now? Wasn't Conquest the old magazine? See, you have the greater good, so you can't be chaos. No worries. Lorelei, how you doing? You lurking, honest? No worries. Yeah, it's always nice to have something on in the background. Especially if you're like, you know, doing more boring stuff, like working. You're a completely normal human being. Human person. I was a big fan of Winsor & Newton. And they are awesome brushes. The Series 7, yeah. What was interesting as well, DaVinci are pretty good too. No, no. For me, this is where I bought some because you can't even read the text anymore. Yeah, because Chris uses DaVinci. That's Element Games. Idiot. DaVinci, however you... DaVinci, I think it's called. I don't even know where my other one's gone. There it is. Maybe that one's a little bit better. Let's sort of read that. I hate the stickers. Even, like, when Jan was talking about the stickers that come on, like, the Raphael ones as well. They're so annoying. Yeah, Chris Frozen uses these. I think he uses, like, a size 1, which is this. For me, because we, like I said, because we stack paint on the brush, we're constantly going from, like, say, black to dark purple to purple, and then back to dark purple without even cleaning the brush off and things like that. They haven't really held up as well as I was expecting. So we sort of just use them for metallics now. And again, I want a brush that I can do everything with. I know metallics aren't very good for sable brushes and everything like that. Apparently they cause more damage. I'm not sure how. Maybe it's like the metallic flakes or something in them. I have no idea. Yes, Imperium now? Yeah. Yes, Imperium. We got the first 2 issues, I think it was, and then we had to cancel it because we moved. And I don't really see the point in resubscribing now. I wanted to subscribe from the beginning to get like the extra, like the premium bonuses. I think you got like Tau, you got like Tyranids. I think you got Chaos Space Marines and Adeptus Mechanicus, I think it was. I can't remember the 4th one. I think it was Adeptus Mechanicus. But you got like 4 extra armies. Hydrate and posture check, no worries. Let's stretch out that back real quick. Oh, have a sip of coffee. You've been mostly using... Is it DaVinci or is it DaVinci? Because to me that says DaVinci. But is it like... what's that painter's name? Can't remember now. Use the size 2 lately and size 1 for metallics. Yeah, like I've got a size 2 Artist Opus and a size 00. So we use like the size 2 for like the larger areas, putting down some like base coats. This is what we're using on Monday. And I always use this for like the finer details, do like stippling, more controlled application, things like that. I think like brush size is personal preference. Because like I said, we've painted our entire Blood Angel using a size 4. Like, look at the difference. So it's whatever you prefer, you know. Ask Jan if he'd be upset if you sable for metallic. He was delighted when I said it's DaVinci Brushes. DaVinci is Italian? Okay. Don't know if you heard of this Italian dude who painted a bit. You know, you might get if you wait till Alex runs off to a meeting. Named after, is it Leonardo? Leonardo da Vinci, is that his name? I don't think it's Donatello, is it? Oh, Mike, is it Mike? No, it's not Michelangelo. Just naming all the turtles. What's Raffaello, Donatello, Michelangelo, and Leonardo? Is that the 4 turtles, I think? Not only painted, but super ahead of his time inventing the helicopter and stuff. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. You read that Dan Brown book, so you know all his secrets. Leonardo da Vinci. It's John. It's John. Yep. It's the Smith. That works. Bob. Fred. George. Hey, Az. How you doing? Welcome to the madness of not knowing painters. He invented a toaster as well. I don't know whether to believe that or not. Okay, let's not use this brush for this. Switch back. I'm sure they're the 4 turtles. I'm convinced of it. Just concentrate a second. Sorry for that. Thought we were doing Teenage Mutant Ninja. Yeah, exactly. But nobody had invented sliced bread yet, so it wasn't taken. This just sounds more and more far-fetched. That's a Pokemon, by the way. Power Rangers. I don't even know the Power Rangers names. Just like the colors. Pop DaVinci. Sounds good to me. Easier to remember. DaVinci's carpenter uncle. The amount of snow that's falling now. Yeah, we had some insane snow last week. And then it disappeared like in a couple of hours. I think you don't have to go outside. I think it's supposed to be in single digits today. Woo, freezing weather. It's going to be quite pleasant today, maybe 15 degrees. That's not too bad. I much prefer it to be cold than hot. So I always say, if it's cold, you can put on a jacket. If it's too hot, can't take your skin off. See the link? We do. Give me a second. Let's have a look. Ooh. You can take your skin off if you're not a coward. True. Boop. That's awesome. Do you get like all the different options? I'm with Reaper Chainsword and Thunderstrike Gauntlet. Can also be assembled as a Knight Desecrator. Okay. This one looks really nice. Like the posing looks really aggressive. The loadout sort of fits. Like this gun on this arm, the chainsaw up like that balances out the miniature. The paint job looks awesome as well. With like the bronze or like the coppery color next to the black. Not that much of a fan of this one. This one just looks a bit sad. I go like the chains on this one are cool. Yeah, I think I like this one. The face of this one looks cool though. It's got like an actual face. Looks awesome. Nope. No, we're just looking at random models. I asked for the link of people's favorite like knights or titans, so don't read into it. Don't worry, Spy, I got your back. Okay, nice. Grab our next colour up, which is going to be some Dwarven Gold. Can we take a moment to address the fact that Alice has finished so many of those? It's borderline ridiculous. Your favourite Titan? Let's take a look. Please stand by while we're checking your browser. I am human. All pictures of boats. Okay. There we go. Ooh, that's interesting. Or is it like an old school like knight helmet? Color scheme is nice as well. I like the glow from like the runes. Kind of a shame they didn't do another color here for them ones. It's almost like they forgot to. Pretty cool though. Is there like any pictures of like other posing? Looks cool. It's actually super cheap. You might get one. Super cheap. Like, take the 4 off. I consider that to be cheap. Have to do your War Master first. Fortunately, there's not a robot check-in, so freaking annoying. And it's robot check. Huh? What do you mean what? Robot check? What? That's a model of the Emperor's Psi Titans. Like Psychic Titan. They're terrifying in the lore. Okay. Yeah, the thingy where you have to identify both. Oh! I was like, what are you on about? What day are we on? No idea. Yeah, that's awesome, that is, though. I wouldn't consider that to be cheap, to be honest. Click all the heretics in this picture to access Forge World. So we have Spotty a Shark, Purple Spark Alice. Who else? What are we doing? Don't know. Dwarven Gold. That's what we're doing. Who else can we throw to the wolves? Cool. Receive the transfer sheet for your War Master Titan. Close to go with Legio? Is it Legio? Legio? That doesn't sound right. Mortis. Who are real assholes. Sounds good. If you're going to go for the worst, make sure they are the worst. So we're going to start focusing our highlights. Where we're going to put that brightest purple. So when we do we're probably going to start with transparent purple because we'll have a bit more control how thin the paint is. Let's layer up super slow. I always introduce a little bit of the brighter purple if we need to. I'm hoping this metallic workup we're doing now will do most of the work for us. I think that was Stream Raiders. Do that in a second. Nice. A shine, we need a little bit more of a shine on the top. Like that. Looks good. stream readers. Let's throw this down right here. Got that up. Also, did you know that the identify all the thingies in the pictures is actually used to train image recognition software from Google or other companies? Huh. That's pretty smart. God. 50k pounds of chaos space freeze. You keep increasing that number. Well, you have to increase it when you buy new models, don't you? By the end of the week, it'd be like 100k. Okay. Token chest battle. Get on this if you want to level up that battle pass. What do we want to go for? Well, this looks pretty good. Put that down. Switch back to this. Gonna need fresh coffee soon. Does that mean we're the brainless monkeys training computers to get entertainment? Seems about right. Yeah. Yeah, I've done shit. Well done, it's gotten a drink. Oven gold. Well, I assume it's used for more like image recognition for like places and things like that. Like landmarks and everything, maybe. Missed your message, did I? I, on the other hand, can see how corrupt Atlas is. To be able to see your own corruption, which is non-existent. Yeah, if you base it on that sort of aspect, yeah. Like if you... If your corruption level is compared to someone else, then say you're not corrupted at all, or it's not as bad. Then almost like you're sort of like justifying your choices based on other people's. It's like, oh, it's fine for me to buy X model because someone has like 20 of these models. Yes, you're not corrupted, you're the corruptor. I can believe it. You're like the cause, not the solution, sort of thing. Okay. Super shiny. It's really so Alice's fault. Can you blame someone else for your like poor decision making? Or should I show you like the correct decision making? Anyway, chaos is awesome. Don't side with the boring Imperium. I just take this model, for example. You got the choice of buying this really badass looking model, really cool posing, really nice detailing. Doesn't have the name on a shoulder pad or anything strange like that. And then on the flip side, then you have what? Gulliman. Who for some reason has his name on his shoulder pad. Face looks a bit strange. A little bit more shine under here. To make this a little bit darker, so let's get a little bit of transparent black. Went over a bit too far with that highlight. Just tone that down a little. Right, let's catch up for a second. Probably missed a bunch. Bav, how you doing? Nice to see you. Wait, you're already doing something else than the leg? What kind of Red Bull did you have? Now we're focusing on the chest, because that's where the main source of the OSL is going to be. Like, that's going to be like the brightest, most intense point. So we're doing some metallic on the chest, on the trim, so we can put in some purples, glaze over like maybe transparent purple, work up, so you can see how it's going to look, and then decide if we want to go down the OSL route or if we want to just do like a purple sort of tint on the armor. Jess, how you doing? Thanks for that raid. Welcome in, everybody. Let's get you that shout out. What'd you get up to today? I'd like to point out that this idiot is walking around with a big lightning rod on his back. It's a trophy rack. Where else is he supposed to put all like the trophies of fallen enemies? But I can see what you're saying. But Gulliman has a massive flaming sword, so get out of here with that. Working on some cyberpunk stuff. Cool, cool. Commissar Ludwig, how you doing? Yep, Abaddon, Abaddon, Abba Ding Dong. On this note, you're running off again, Bab? No worries. You want to end work at a decent hour, so not slack now. Or you could always leave it till tomorrow. Yeah, have a good day, Bav. So we're working on a little bit of the metallic on the chest. Because the plan is going to be to do like a purple OSL. Focused in on the chest. And then like fading out as it goes around. So we've done like some purple running down the leg. We've increased the brightness a little bit on the chest. So we just worked through some, what was it? We used Viking gold to start, then we did transparent black, transparent brown as like a wash over all the metallic. Then we started layering up then with dwarven gold and then some elven gold. It's got like this nice bright spot right here where it's going to be the focus of that OSL. And now we're going to ruin it all with an attempt at glazing over some transparent purple. Let's see. Start the raid and left. We're going to find some lunch. No worries at all. Absolutely fine. You're starving? Go get yourself some food. So, a little bit of transparent purple on the palette. I'm going to mix in plenty of water because the purple is pretty dark. We want to thin this out. We want as much control as possible. We can always apply more layers. It's a lot more difficult to take layers off. So, load up some of that purple on the brush. We're going to start over here. Don't worry that we're applying purple where there's no purple on the armor. We start over on the far left hand side and then we pull that transparent and then collect it where we want the most of it to settle. Then we clean off the brush, use some water. Use the water to almost like erase that transparent now from like the shadow, from like this dark side. Pick up a tiny bit more. Got like weird bubble right there, get rid of that. Clear it over. Pick up some more. A tiny bit on this top section here. Just like that. Now we can focus this in. clean off the brush. Use the moisture then to pull the transparent, soften it up so it comes round the rest of that metallic. Let's get a little bit of water. Use that water then to like almost erase some areas we don't want. Okay, leave that to dry. Let's do the bottom section. Okay. A bit more of the opaque version of transparent purple now. Go with a bit more confidence. Okay, let's go back to the bottom. Okay. Take a little bit of that dark purple. Mix in plenty of water. Drop that in, grab some of our brighter purple. More water in that as well. Okay. That. So in essence, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to replicate like the colors that are on the armor onto the trim. But I'm trying to maintain that gold underneath. Probably going to take a little bit of time. A little bit of focus. Hopefully it'll be worth it. Let's get a little bit of that black, a little bit of that transparent black, a little bit of transparent brown. Oop, drop the brush. Deepen that side up a little bit. Feather out a tiny bit of that purple. Okay. If we lose any of the metallic, we can always paint it back in. Okay, let's get a little bit more of an opaque purple. A bit more of that dark purple. Okay. Alright, stop messing with that for a second. Let it dry. Let's see how that looks. Let's come down to here. Okay. Wonder why our text-to-speech isn't working. I'll have to look into that. Henry Bot, Bear Spot. Thank you for that follow. Welcome in. What's this stage you're doing now? So, for Abaddon, being like a nice character model, we've decided to do this purple OSL glue. So think of it as like a light source hitting, like a purple light hitting the chest. So we're increasing the brightness of the purple, focusing down here, and then as it fades out, further and further away, it gets darker. So right now, I've just done a nice metallic worker. We started with Viking gold, worked up Dwarven gold and Elven gold, just like any normal metallic. And now we're introducing that same purple we've used here onto the metallic. This is our like first time ever really attempting anything like this. Typically we just paint, you know, your regular sort of, I guess, normal sort of style. This is our first time really doing any sort of lighting effects. So we'll see how it goes. Well, do you paint? You collect miniatures? I don't really even think we needed that transparent purple. Okay. So just working with our purple, dark purple. Now, basically trying to match the brightness on the chest, on the trim. Need a fresh coffee in a second. You collect void, trident, chapter. Nice. Carpet painting though, slowly learning. Everyone starts somewhere. Yeah, I seem to find that a lot of people who start out painting pick things up quickly. Like starting off with like the basic techniques and everything like that, just like your base coats, any sort of washes you want to do, a little bit of layering, things like that. Then you can build on that by doing some like wet blending, like different techniques like stippling, maybe even introduce some dry brushing if you want to. Oh, Lily's dreaming. We'll do that stream raiders battle in a second as well. I think what I will say though is try not to take on too much too quickly. Just take your time. Start out with the basics. Don't put too much pressure on yourself trying to achieve like perfection with your first few like miniatures. Because you can easily like discourage yourself from painting. It's like you can get into like the mindset of, oh, I'll never be as good as this person. I'll never be able to paint like that person. Okay, we'll let that dry. We'll do the stream raiders battle. Then we'll come back to it, see what needs adjusting. I can already see it needs that shadow line where the trim meets the armor cleaning up. Let's do the stream raiders battles first. Boop. Let's put a speed boost, see if we can get as many people included in that. Start that up. Yeah, I think for now I just need repetition on layers and washes. So you can never get the since I can never seem to get it right. Okay. Found out pretty quickly you can only compare yourself to yourself. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So look at your previous like miniatures you've painted. Try and see what, I don't want to say like see what you've done wrong, but see what you don't like. Try and improve on that like specific aspect first. Okay, good job everybody. Give out some rewards. Should have a nice bunch of rewards from our battle pass. Give me all the gold. Very nice. Scroll across to that. Okay, next battle. Can we put our healer down now? We can. Awesome. Put that right there. Get those quests completed out of the way, please. Thank you. Very nice. Anything in the store? Nothing really useful. There we go. Switch back to this. Okay, let's get our dark purple. Clean up a little bit of a shadow line. Do the same up there. Okay. Nice. Want the edge to be a bit brighter. A bit of that bright purple. Something like that. Same thing down here. Okay. Now we have that. Come back in on the chest. Literally just like stippling on this brighter purple. Right where we want the light source to be focused. And just fading it out. We're barely making contact with the brush on the model. fine little adjustments. A bit of that brightness just down to the sort of shadow area, break it up a little. Back up to that trim. I still want that trim to be a little bit brighter on the top. Here we go. Do I collect Black Legion? I don't really collect any army. I just paint models that I think look cool. We basically paint anything and everything. Like we go from painting like Ultramarines. We've done some. We've done Salamanders, Space Wolves, Blood Angels, Dark Angels. We sort of shifted our focus away from the smaller miniatures now, and we're starting to focus a lot on characters. Just so we can really push our painting a little bit more. Have a bit more room to work with. Try out some cool effects. Really starting to come together. It was looking pretty nice, isn't it? Not bad for our first ever attempt at a sort of OSL lighting. The more we work at it, the better it's going to look as well. Like the smallest adjustments are going to make the massive difference. Especially as we start shifting our attention down to more of like the lighting on the leg and especially on the arm, to give that effect of it like sort of fading out. I have a model / kit bash my own. Not really. I sort of stick to whatever parts come within the kit. Main reason being, especially with all like the rules and stuff now Games Workshop's introducing with like the official tournaments and things, you're not allowed like 3D printed parts or anything like that on them. I think like the plan for this sort of model is going to be to do like a raffle prize for the stream. Or if I ever wanted to like sell miniatures, if it has like customized parts or like any 3D printed parts and things like that, it'd be less appealing for someone who would want like your standard sort of miniature. Do you have future project ideas? Maybe. Yeah, especially when it comes to like the commission work as well. I wouldn't want anyone to have a miniature they'd be like potentially restricted where they can use it. Okay, we need a little bit of dark purple. Need to get some shadow. Just under there. Yeah, most of my enjoyment anyway comes from painting. I don't really care for like building the models. Like it can be fun, don't get me wrong. It can be cool to like customize your own. Do different like posing, different, I guess you could call them like loadouts, I suppose. Like different weapon options and all that kind of stuff. But for me personally, I find it more fun to paint the models rather than doing like crazy conversions and everything. Like we paint super slow anyway. So the more time we're painting, the better. You have a Stormcast conversion commission going on in another stream, you mod book. That's awesome. Stormcast conversion to chaos. That could actually be pretty awesome. What Stormcast model is it? Or is there like a couple of models? Okay. I have to be careful how much of this brighter purple we introduce to these lower sections. Like it's super easy for me to get carried away and start highlighting up everything. Sort of like your typical highlighting. Need to remember that we're doing like, we're trying to make it look like OSL. I think that's really where the black and stuff is going to come into play, especially lower on the model. Okay, let's grab our transparent brown. See the sort of workup we went for the metallic. A little bit more transparent black, especially in this recess section here. Just like that. Even get a little bit of transparent black. Put it on this panel. Get some of that shadow going, especially under where the arm would be. Okay, it's got our purple, or dark purple, sorry. So it's going to have a shoulder pad. It's going to sit on top of this. Like the more we get invested into the lighting, the more I want to glue the shoulder pad on. So we have a bit more information on how the light is going to hit this surface. But it's just going to block too much. Like when we add the shoulder pad in, we can always adjust it as we need to. Just layering on our brighter purple, introducing that darker purple, letting them blend together. Pull in towards where we want it to be the brightest. We're going to grab some of our black, drop it in from the shadow, clean off the brush a little, feather them two colors together. Clean off the brush, grab our bright purple again, focus it on towards the edge. So that corner is going to be quite bright. And it'll fade out as it goes around. Sorry, I'm like completely ignoring this chat. I do apologize. Honestly, just chaos up anything and it's awesome. I agree. Welcome back, Az, by the way. You know the box set they released a while back, the Stormcast and Orcs, Dominion, yeah. They're gonna try to model some water onto one of your sergeant's faces, like it's drowning. You don't have it anywhere near enough skill. Just try it. Just go for it. If you've got like a spare, like if you've got some spare parts or anything like that, a couple of faces and things, you can always just like give them a quick little paint, get like a little dish or something. If you've got like a base without the notches in, you could set them in there, do a little resin pour, see how it looks before you fully commit to like a painted miniature. It's always good to try things out. And now's the best time really when you're starting out, because you know, you sort of like get an idea of your strengths, your weaknesses, what you can improve on, sort of how things work, rather than like almost getting to like this stage in your painting and having no real experience on doing like resin pouring or like water effects, things like that. Because you'd be less likely to risk trying out a new thing on a miniature that you've put a lot of time into. Fiona dear, how you doing? You learn how to layer better and also get some paints for it. Right. Games Workshop have their own paint system where you have like the base paints, the layer paints, the washes. I don't think they have glazes anymore, but they used to. Any paint can be a base paint, any paint can be a layer paint, any paint can turn into a wash if you thin it down. Like, when you're starting out, I tend to recommend like the slightly thicker paints. Like Citadel's an okay one to start with. If you go for like something like Vallejo, they're really nice. Scale 75 or Scalecolor, depending on how they're branded, are a bit more difficult to work with because they have a different medium that they use in their paints. Personally though, my go-to paint and pretty much my like ones I use almost exclusively now, apart from like a few metallics here and there, are called Pro Acryl. They're from Monument Hobbies. They're a bit more expensive than your typical like Vallejo or anything, something like that. Like Reaper paints are pretty cool too, but they're very limited where you can get them. They are a bit more expensive. You do get 22 mils of paint, which I think is like one of the biggest pots you can buy. So if you compare it to like your standard sort of Citadel pot, what do these have? 12 mil. So you get an extra 10 mil of paint. You don't have to deal with the stupid Citadel pots either. But yeah, try out some paints, see what you find your favorite. Gonna pick up a Vallejo pack next. Awesome. Dropper bottles, yeah. Yeah, let's try out some paints. Like, get like the Game A ones if you want a slightly thinner. Get like the model color paints. These are more for, like these get you like the earthy sort of tones and things like that. And they're more aimed at like their historical sort of miniatures, like the World War ones. Like the game color ones are more of like your fantasy sort of colors. Yeah, I used Vallejo for ages. I really like them. Like I said, they're a little bit thicker than like say like something from Scalecolor or like Pro Acryl, but that means you have the ability to thin them down a little bit more. I think they're a bit more like sort of user friendly rather than being like super thin out of the bottle. Might inspire a bit more like confidence as well. So, scan some of this black, and layering it back over this purple. It's a bit too intense for the distance it's away from the light source. Okay, let's get a little bit of this dark purple, a little bit of that lighter purple. Just drop a tiny bit in here. Not too much. Cool, that's better. Get some more of that dark purple now. Yeah. I spent yesterday thinking about this model for a while and how when we started painting and everything like that, it wasn't really going in the direction I wanted it to. We're sort of adding too much brightness everywhere. we're just like highlighting it up like we would like any other miniature. We're really like fully committed to like the OSL sort of idea. Okay. I really like the Vallejo Air ones. Make really good layer paints. Yeah. They're a little bit thinner at the bottle, so yeah, just don't get trapped into the idea of, oh, if you wanted like to do a base coat, you need a base paint. Okay, I want to get a little bit of black. Trying to introduce a bit of shadow around this trim. To give us that nice separation. Also sort of reinforce the fact the light source is higher up on the model. Plus having this little border around the panel gives us the ability to introduce black from the edge and then blend it in without having to worry too much about it. We're going to take our dark purple, introduce that back into there. Let's get a tiny bit of, a little bit more brightness, a little bit of stippling. Tiny bit more. Okay, how does that look? Looks nice. Okay, we need more transparent black. This metallic here needs to be darker. Base is way too bright. And we need some of that dark purple again. Get that shadow under the trim. Then we can grab our little bit of dwarven gold. introduce a little bit of highlight. It's not really a way to thicken paint though. Not that I know of. Maybe you could get away with some sort of like gel medium. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head a way to thicken a paint up. Other than maybe, you know, mixing it and microwave it. What? Maybe you could get a star collecting box for a certain army. You could do. It's not a bad choice. But it all depends what you want to do. Do you want to get another army? Or do you want to get something a bit special for a current army? Press X to down. A little bit of transparent purple just to start. A little bit of our dark purple. A stream rate is battle to do as well. We're gonna have to take a break in a second. Need another coffee, I think. What time are we on? How about 3? A bit more time to go yet. A bit of a brighter purple. Let's come back in with our dark purple again. Let's do a little edge highlight. See if we can get away with a highlight down the center. With this little bit of trim. Something like that. It's got our dark purple. Need to reinforce this shadow. Not giving us the separation I'm looking for. It's not the separation you're looking for. Let's get a little bit of our slightly brighter metallic. Drop a tiny bit under here. Touch over some of that purple. Yeah, but you see now how, like when we first started, all the purple was pretty much the same tone, going all the way up the leg, on the chest and on the arm and everything. Now we're introducing that brightness. And we're starting to really think about how the light would be affected by like the distance it is away from the light source towards the bottom of the model, especially as we go out towards the arm. We're going to glaze over the face and everything as well. Really get an idea of like the light source is super bright here. Now you might be thinking, why haven't we done any purple on this side? It's because on the chest, it has this. So this sits in that little gap there. So that's going to influence the light source even more. So we've just done that to get a nice bit of brightness. When we glue this in, we're going to introduce some of the shadow where the cable sits. All this would be in shadow as well because it'd be blocking most of this side. So we're just bearing that in mind. Right. What do you do with your porridge when you thinned it too much? Stick it in the microwave. Just add more oats, you'll be alright. Plastic crack addiction? Not addicting, you stop anytime you like. You should choose not to. That's the way to look at it. Plus, you've got to get that Tau coin, you know. We'll do the Stream Raiders battle. I think we'll go take a break after this battle. Get a fresh coffee, as always. Let our Jack Russell Lily out. Get us some food. Have a little walk around. We've been painting for like nearly 3 hours without a break, so it'll only be like 5, maybe 10 minutes. I've also been wanting to buy more plastic for a while, just none of the minis seem appealing to paint. Can't go wrong with Space Marines. I like Space Marines. Okay, let's do another battle. Ooh, skin chest. Painting them is so boring. I disagree. I'll tell you why in a second. Let's go over here. So, like, on the surface, Space Marines can look boring. They're just mostly armor. Sometimes you get like sergeants and things in there without a helmet. The reason I like Space Marines is because they're mostly armor, you have the option to pretty much do anything you want with it. You can do a nice bit of shadow on the inside, work on your blending, blend it up to a little bit lighter, work on your, like, plenty of edge highlighting practice, bit of practice with some metallic work as well. Like, have I got, let me show you. Give me a second. Here's a few Marines we've done. This is just a little fun. It's going to be a Space Hulk. It's green, purple shorts. Trying to prevent yourself from starting a new army. You have so much to paint. Power Star collecting is very tempting. It does look nice, especially with the ghost keel in it. So let's do this one first. So you have a Salamander. This is more, yeah, quote unquote, sort of Games Workshop style. It's got a little bit of tonal variation in the green. Not too much though. It's a tiny bit darker in the shadow. A little bit lighter on the highlighted spots. So this is more of like your sort of one tone. And then we've taken that, gone more extreme. We've got a nice dark blue, light blue. We've sort of done a focused lighting from this side to see how light the leg is on the outside compared to the inside. This is Space Wolf, got a little bit of fur. So like, I think Space Marines are a great starting point because you can get a lot of practice in with different techniques on one model. So say Blood Angel. A lot more of like a richer color. Nice light spots on the backpack. This is probably my favorite one I've done so far. Just with how like how rich the color looks. Yeah, like you can practice blending, practice layering, practice washing, practice pin washing, or like recess shading, whatever you want to call it. You can practice edge highlighting, you can do some skin tones, do some metallics. There's a lot you can get out of the Space Marine. Just because it looks boring on the surface, from a painting standpoint, you can do a lot with it. You don't have to stick with like the existing chapters and stuff. You can create your own like custom chapter. Like I've got, here's a special division of Deathwatch. Like a nice purple arm. There's so much you can do with them. Plus they're usually in stock everywhere, which is nice. That's Tower the best army. True. Combat Patrol, not Star Collecting. Yeah, well, it's basically a Star Collecting box, isn't it? They just call it something else now and they just charge you more. And you get a few more miniatures. I think you should pick, try to pick up a new technique to keep it fresh. Do I have any Yellow Marines? Yes, I do actually. Let me see if I can find it. There you go. That awful free-handed Imperial Fist. Symbol on the shoulder. I can't remember. I don't even know how old this mini is. Yeah, there's a Yellow Marine for you. You ready for some food? I know. I know. It's like, it's always nice to try different techniques. Like I say, I always recommend getting the basic down first. So get some nice, smooth, clean base coats. No like brush strokes or brush marks or anything like that. No variations in color or anything. So a nice clean base coat to start with. And then you can start working on some like, maybe if you put like a wash in it. If you want to move away from washes, you can like take your base coat color. You can introduce a slightly brighter color on like the outside half. Do a little bit of wet blending. I think wet blending is one of the techniques that can really change how you look at painting miniatures, because it opens up so many doors. Just being able to blend one color into another, having nice and smooth. You sort of don't need washes then at that point, because you create your light and shadow by blending different tones of paint. It doesn't count. What do you mean it doesn't count? It's a Yellow Marine, isn't it? So, like, one of the first things I learned was wet blending. And it's still my favorite thing to do. Because it's just like such a useful technique. It has so many different applications. Like, the more confident you get with it, the more colors you can start blending together. I wouldn't recommend blending more than like 3 colors, because that gets a bit overwhelming. It can sort of look a bit messy. But even just starting off with blending like a dark blue and a light blue. And I don't use like your typical washes like the ones from Games Workshop or anything like that. Not that there's anything wrong with them. I just prefer like the versatility of the transparent paints. They dry a lot faster as well. They have a higher pigment concentration. You can use them as glazes. You can use them as washes. You can use them as like recessed shades. So like going around panels and things. You can use them to tint metallics as well if you want to. Yeah. I think if you want to learn a technique, I think wet blending is the way to go. You said what you said. Right, we need to go take a break. Otherwise we'll be here painting for another like 2 hours. Welcome back, Alice, by the way. So, like I said, I'm much happier with the progress we've made so far. It looks so much nicer, in my opinion. I'm starting to fall into the trap of focusing on tiny little bits. So it doesn't look like we've got much done. But I think if we had a picture of what it looked like to start with and what it looks like now, I think it'd be a massive difference.
Look at those skeletons down there. They had atomic energy, but they couldn't control it.
Yeah, I think we'll probably change up how we've done the grey as well.
The race was changing.
We'll see. Okay, so we're going to take a break. It'll be about 5-10 minutes, something like that. We'll go make a coffee, have a little walk around, get Lily some food, all that good stuff. And then when we come back, we'll do some more painting. Oh, need to have a stretch. Back's hurting from like leaning forward. So, yeah, I'll be as quick as I can, okay? I'll see you in about 5-10 minutes. Okay, we are back, everybody. Have some of our coffee. Let's get our glove back on. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay. If we take our where's the box real quick? That shoulder. Let's have a little look. The shoulder sits like that. So you would have a little bit of light hitting that edge, okay? Good to know. So we can go a little bit brighter. A bit more of that dark purple as well. A bit of that black. Phoenix Greyhound, give that follow. I don't know why our text-to-speech isn't working. I have to check all the settings. Okay, let's do a little check of that. Maybe even go a little bit brighter. Just push that edge a bit more. Looks good. Okay. Nice. Let's make that edge a tiny bit brighter. I'm going to colour down a bit more. Something like that. Still think that shoulder needs to be brighter. That looks better. More in keeping with the glow we've got going on from there now. Okay, let's keep working on the arm. A little bit of brightness on this edge. Back to that dark purple. Paint over the top. Go back to our brighter purple. Lay that over the top of that. A little bit more of the dark purple just to fade it out as it goes round the curve of the forearm. Like that. Let's grab some black. Bit too much on the brush. Just do a nice recess right there. Another one there. Let's refine some of the purple we've done. Let's go a little tiny bit brighter here. Especially on the fingers. Really start to fine in those shapes. Stream readers, you have to wait a second. Like that. Let's do that edge there. Bit underneath. Okay, so you got a tiny bit of that black. Just glaze it over this, try and clean it up a little bit. Smooth it out. That looks much better. Let's do our stream raiders. Boop. Let's do a speed boost on this lot. Have some coffee while that battle's going on. Nice, good job everybody. Let's continue. Put that down. Go back to this. Okay, let's work on the belt a little bit, I think. A bit of dark purple. A bit of a lighter purple. More. Ever so slowly build up the brightness. One more little coat I think should do it. Stipple that colour on. A bit there. Tiny little bit there as well. Okay. How are the skulls painted? On the belt. Someone's fire engine. Oh, they're gold as well. Okay, makes it easy. Switch out brushes. Let's grab some of our Viking gold. Sneak up in here. Get this trim. Shall we catch the underside as well? Okay. I'm going to worry about the chain or the links or anything like that. Don't worry about the tabard or anything, that's all going to have to be painted. As long as we get that metallic exactly where we need it to be. Like just putting on like the base coat with metallic makes a huge difference. A little bit of metallic on that purple. See if we can clean it up real quick. Nice. And there, like that. Cool. Continue with a little bit of black. Probably do the eye in red. Whoops. What just happened? That was weird. Oh, like overlays just refreshed for some reason. Strange. Perhaps there's like an update or something, maybe. You don't know you're playing the Dark Arts? Yeah. Joys of streaming on Twitch. So we do the same thing again. Just take some transparent black. Put that into like the darker areas. But not exclusively. It's mostly going to be focused into the darker areas. Then we can take some of that transparent brown. Mix that in. Back to our black. A bit too much on the brush. Okay. Nice, we'll let that dry. Let's return to the leg for a minute. Quite confusing, blame and worship. You have a meeting to go to? Nope. Unlucky. A little bit of dark purple on the brush, a little bit of that lighter purple. Use the glove to blend them and mix them together. Start stippling in that. A little bit of a mix. Barely contacting the model. Like, it might not even look like we're doing anything on the camera. But in person it's like a super subtle change. Just adding a tiny bit more brightness. Just towards like the top of the panel on the leg. We'll take a little bit of our dark purple again. Do a little bit on the foot. Just like something like that. Okay, is that transparent dry now? It is. Probably going to stick with this brush. Does we have like maximum control when we're highlighting? Jump straight into that Dwarven Gold. Grab a little bit of that Viking Gold, just do a tiny bit of highlighting on this darker side. Okay, let's keep going. That brightness. A little bit heavier now on the paint. What I mean by that is we haven't removed as much from the brush. Not that it actually weighs more. Or like we're putting, like applying more pressure or something like that. Just literally means we've removed less from the brush. Let's jump into our Elven Gold. It's gonna be our like sort of last, most extreme highlight. So we're going to focus the majority of that lighter purple as well. So we're trying to highlight where our light source is. Tiny bit on that middle arrow. Like that. A little bit on this lower one. There we go. Fine, let's just have a meeting then. You're not gonna have one, I'll have one myself. Okay. Let's just go straight in with bright purple. We're literally just using that brighter gold to influence where we place our brighter purple. Then we're going to come in with that darker purple, leave the bright purple on the brush. Create a sort of mid-tone mix between the two. Like, you could probably just paint this in without needing to do all the gold. But I want the gold underneath to influence the paint on the top. How much of a difference it would make, I'm not quite sure. The benefit of having the gold underneath means if we miss any areas with the pink or the purple, it's going to be gold. I'm not going to be concerned with having to paint every little bit. Okay, let's get a tiny bit more of that dark purple now. Remove a lot of it from the brush. Let's get like a little bit of the shadow areas now. Put it in there. Up the top here. I need some brighter purple. Literally going back and forth between the colors, make sure we're happy. Okay, let's pick out that eye in some black. Darken it down. Give us an idea. Get it? Idea of how it's going to look when it's painted red. Okay, we need a tiny bit more brighter purple. A little bit of extra brightness on this top section. Especially on the top of this arrow as well. we are. Kind of want to get a tiny bit of gold. Tiny bit there. A little bit there as well. Just to sort of break up that amount of purple here. It's a nice little bit of gold line right there. Cool. I think that arm looks good as well. Do a little tiny touch more purple on the foot. Stip a little bit on. Need some of our black. Paint that in. Glaze it over that purple. Let's get our transparent black. Reinforce that scratch. Drop it around the trim. Nice. Let's have some coffee. How are we doing on stream raters? 6.5 minutes, just under. Let's do the rest of the metallic at the top. I have to see what Games Workshop did with like the spikes and everything. Maybe pick them out with bone. Look kind of cool. Rather than keep them all metallic. I'm not going to worry too much about behind the head. Just going to do some like dark purple and everything like that. So the color itself doesn't really matter too much. Get as much of that metallic in as we can actually see. Very nice. Way overboard with that metallic then, got it all over that black. Try and clean that up a little bit. Just let the rest dry. You might need to remove it from the holder to get at the bottom of the foot. Getting that little bit of metallic up with a recessed shade as well. Take the model off the holder for a minute. Let's get all the underside done. Probably going to go pretty heavy on like the transparency on this metallic area because it's so big. I want to get as much chance for variation as possible. Stream Raider is going to have to wait a minute. I want to get all this metallic done, or at least base coated, while it's off the holder. A bit like that. It's almost got like a double layered panel here. It's got like the trim and then it's got the actual panel for the armor plate underneath it. It's pretty interesting. Let's try and sneak behind the knee. Take some of the paint off. Probably like the worst part. Okay. I don't want to risk coating every like the whole panel. It's going to be covered mostly with washes and stuff anyway. Don't have to worry about that too much. There. A bit more across there. Okay. holder. Let's coat a bit more there. Let's grab our switch brushes for a second. Let's grab our black, then we'll do some stream raiders. Ooh, this black is super thinned out. Paint back over that panel. Come back in with our nice thin brush. Touch up that metallic. Just like that. Look how much like a huge difference that just that base coat has made. Crazy. Just an idea before you go. Essex Hobby just went live, so you could rate it. Nice. Sounds good. We can complain about how slow they paint. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, let's do this battle. Actually, I'll throw that down. Yeah, thanks for that, Spotty. What time are we on? 20 to 5? Live for almost 4 hours. Not too bad. I think we'll do one more battle. And then start wrapping up. Just so I can get as much of that metallic we've just laid down finished. We'll see how we get on with it. Okay, let's go have some rewards. Boop. And boop. Very nice. Back to all our scrolls and everything. So we can do a random. Oh, we've got one more to go to a boss. Do a random, we could do silver. Do a silver, then we can go to either one. Maybe we'll do the boss battle. We'll start the boss battle up even if we're ending. Just so we don't end on a boss battle. What has happened to this screen? Oh, we got a defensive zone. Maybe we want to go for something like an archer then. Something like that. A bit more range. There we go. We can switch back to this. Okay. How's our transparency doing? We need a bit fresh brown. Our black's okay. Get some more transparent brown. A bit of that. Okay. Get a little bit of water, let's mix it into that transparent black, make sure it's nice and smooth. Looks good. Okay. Let's do the underside. Let's do some fresh transparent black. Fresh transparent black as well. Talk so fast, mouth can't keep up. That's much better. Yeah, sometimes the paints can dry a little on the palette. I go a little... I have like little dry flakes of paint. A lot of black. Get a little bit more into that recess right there. Same on that side. Back to about halfway up, then we can get some of that brown. Start mixing them two together. Don't know what to do with the spikes. Maybe we should do a metallic. Kind of want to pick them out with bone though. I think that'll break it up nicely. Might take a bit of time, but what's not going to take time on this model? Put it back on the holder. Grab some more of our black. Drop it into all the recesses. Some of our brown. A bit more of our black. Focus our black towards this darker side. Introduce a little bit of that brown. Okay. Let that sit and dry. Oh, we can do the metallic at the top as well. What I'll do as well after the stream is probably do like a quick little paint log of all the paints we've used so far on the model, just so it's a little tiny bit easier to keep track of them, especially for like the metallic workup. Like obviously the purples are pretty self-explanatory. What on earth was that? Gilpain, how you doing? Wonder why our like activity feed is not working properly. So, Alien, is that how you say that? Look at that follow. We usually have text to speech to read everything out. I'm terrible at pronouncing people's names. It's not working for some reason. I have to do some testing tonight. I'm fine like usual. Everything is fine. Is it fine or is it... I'm fine. Is the difference between things being fine and things... I'm fine. Dave, how you doing, by the way? Everything's not fine with you, just had 4 root canals on your teeth. No thank you. That's why we don't go to the dentist. Just brush my teeth and I call it good. Okay, those transparents are drying. We put quite a lot on. It'll take a little bit to dry, which is fine. I'm still in 2 minds what to do for the back side of the armor. Obviously we've got like this nice purple going on. I don't know whether to keep like sort of just doing this subtle grey. We'll do a more focused highlight down each of the legs. Maybe we could even just paint it black and just edge highlight it. No, we won't do that. Okay, while that's drying, should we throw a little base coat onto the face? How much time we got left? 18 minutes? No, enough time to do a face. My parents just waiting for the transparent to dry so we can start building up those golds. Fun fact, I'm one of the few persons on the planet who can believe it's not butter. No uniform armor color? No. Purple OSL? Exactly. Yeah, we're doing a purple OSL, which is focused onto the chest. So then we're going to glaze over like this metallic area with a little bit of purple. A little bit of purple going onto the arm. A little bit onto the face and everything as well. I'm really happy how it's progressing so far. I just, like I said, I started with just like a sort of simple blended highlight on the armor with the grey on the back. But I'm thinking the more intense we go with this purple, I'm thinking the highlights need to be like equally as sharp or like intense on the back. So I'm thinking getting like the grey and doing like a nice highlight, like a nice banded highlight running down. Or like I said, we could just paint it black and edge highlight grey. Might. No, I think that's good actually. We're gonna have like a bunch of purple and stuff up here, so we don't want to go too mad towards the bottom. Because then we can use sort of brightness we get right down here, like up here. So it like makes like a circle. Okay. You know, Minnie, you're not backseat painting. I like suggestions though, or like I don't mind people giving their input, or like suggestions. Just the only reason I don't ask for people's suggestions or really encourage people to give suggestions is because I don't want them to feel bad if I say no. Like, oh, what you could do is, like, you could do this, and I say, ah, nah, I'm alright. Like, I don't think that'll look good, or whatever. I don't want them to feel like, oh, like their idea was, like, stupid or something. And I really enjoy, like, almost like the problem-solving aspect of it. And I could be like, yes, that worked. I'm glad I went with that, you know? I'm sure we'll think of something. Like I said, I was thinking about the OSL because we started on Monday, and the way I was painting and everything like that, it just wasn't what I was picturing. And then we went a lot more intense with the purple. So I'd really focusing in on like the sort of OSL aspect of it sort of fading out as it goes down, or like away from the light source. And I'm really happy with it now. Is it Cabrius? Thank you for that follow. Welcome in. The last person to ask how to paint black armor. You don't paint black or white. It's a bit dusty. We can do it black, no problem. But I was watching, like, I can't remember whose channel it was. We were watching a black armor, like how to paint black armor video, and they would, I can't remember if it's Miniac or someone like that, but they were looking at reference photos of all different types of armor and everything, and the end result of black, like quote unquote black armor, there's not really much black left. It's super easily influenced by sources of color around it. So if there's like blues or greens or yellows, you can see it in the armor. That's what I was thinking. Like, we've done the grey because I wanted to do a muted sort of back of the model. So we do blacks and greys and things like that. So it intensifies the purple on the front. So I'm thinking if we come in with grey and do like a nice, see how like literally the lamp is highlighting it for us. Just follow that down. Do a nice highlight there. Highlight here. Sort of just build on what we've already laid down. Keep the like majority of the recesses black. I think it'll look cool. So just take what we've done and just build on it like we did with the purple. Love the red on the weapons. Thank you. Yeah, we painted this a while ago. Still not finished, of course. Edge highlighting is the GWA and the totally... I know. It just looks cool though, doesn't it? I sort of more, yeah, refined edge highlighting. More of the edges towards the top of the model, not like all the way around. But on Space Marines, edge highlighting just looks cool. Pain in the ass, but looks cool. You play Emperor's Children. Muted has never been your strong suit. If I were you, I'd go in with a blue OSL on the back and keep a purple OSL on the front. Ooh. What are the four colours? It's red, blue, purple and green. Is that right? Happy Train, thanks for that follow. Welcome in. So we got red for Chaos, green for Nurgle, blue for Tzeentch, and is it purple for Slaanesh? Maybe we could do... like blue would make sense because blue and purple mixed together. Red would also make sense. Because, you know, red and purple. I kind of want to stay away from red because I want to do red on the eyes. On like the top knot and everything like that. Maybe do like a Blood Angel helmet on the top. Because we're going to be doing Ultramarine for the base. We could do a... the only problem with doing blue, literally just thought of it, we're going to be doing Ultramarine for the base. So if we did a blue on the back, it might clash a little bit with the blue on the base. Or might sort of like blend together a tiny bit. Could maybe do green. How's green and purple look together? I don't know about that. Currently work on 20 Gloomspite Gets Goblin dudes. Awesome. Depends on edge highlighting. You prefer the subtle approach. Most prominent edge highlighted. Not every single edge on that model. Makes sense. Red is corn. Red is corn, not chaos. Idiot. Chaos is all of them. Red corn, blue Tzeentch, magenta Slaanesh, green Nurgle. True heroes do pink for Slaanesh. Try doing red and green on isolated areas where you wouldn't be blending them together. I kind of wish we did like a sort of like a chaos themed Abaddon. So we have like purple coming in from one side, then we could do like, what would go best? Green and blue? Yeah. So we do like red on one side of the model, purple on the other. Then on the back we could do like green and blue. We could still potentially do that. Like, we could have the intense purple and we could fade it out to red. So like on the recesses here, it could be red. Then on the back of the model, we could do an intense OSL, maybe focused here, of like, say, blue. And then we could fade it out into the recesses with green. I don't know if that'd be too much for the model though. That's a lot of colors. Blue OSL on the back should be like moonlight, not Zinj themed. Yeah, so more of like a blue coming up like from almost like a zenithal sort of position. Maybe like over the shoulder here. Just highlight the edges and stuff with the blue instead of like the grey. That could look kind of cool. Maybe like a soft grey blue. Got some thinking to do. It's a set piece model, so a lot of eye-catching colours not necessarily a bad thing. True. And we can always do it pretty subtle as well. Like, just because we're going to be introducing red doesn't mean we have to go like insanely bright. We could keep it nice and muted with like some blacks and stuff glazed over it. Just do almost like where the purple is there, do a little bit more off to the edge, like off to the side with a little bit of red. That could actually look pretty cool. So it's almost like fade in. Much time we got? 4.5 minutes. Let's do a little test on the chest. So if we do a little test section here, it'll be super easy to paint over it with black if we don't like it. So let's grab some burnt red. Considering that Abaddon is Chaos Undivided, it seems logical to mix any Chaos Lord. What? To mix any Chaos Lord on his paint scheme. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. I think 4 colors is too much. I think doing like purple, red, green, and blue, it's going to be a bit ridiculous. I think I'll make the model a bit too busy. Oh, it's got a... Let's have a look real quick. So I've got a final few minutes of the stream. Oh, that's nice. That's sort of what we were trying to do with grey. Yeah, that's sort of what we were doing with the grey. Obviously it's super subtle, just the start of it, just to get like a idea of what the grey would look like. Let's try the red though. Get a little bit of that burnt red. Take some of that black. Like I said, even if it doesn't look good or we don't like it or whatever, we can just literally paint this chest black. It's not going to make too much difference to the model. Nice thing about having red, it mixes really well with purple. I was just thinking as well, we'll have to get a picture of Abaddon. Changed our mind so many times now. So if we get a picture of Abaddon, I think the cloak covers most of the back of the model. So maybe we could even get away with going a bit extreme with the colours. Just got to remember this model doesn't have its cloak on. Like, you can totally build it without it. That's definitely an option, but personally I love the cloak. Okay. Well, actually as bad as I thought it was going to be. Anyway, it's not from you. Don't worry. People usually paint Abaddon only in black because his Legion is Black Legion. Oh. If you know me though, I don't care. I think I love the idea of having purple, red, green and blue. So like where we've got like the purple brightness, we do like a surrounding like glow of like red. And then we can do like a blue and do like a glow of green around it. Let's have like the 4 colors in there somehow. I think that would look pretty... like it'd look unique, I think. But I don't know if it'd be too much. Like I said, we'll have a look at a picture in a second. I'm pretty sure the majority of the back of the model is covered by the cloak anyway. So even if there's just like the subtle hints of the blue and the green showing through, it's not going to be as overwhelming as that. Like the whole piece being painted like that. Because you're only going to see little bits of it. Do that stream rate as battle in a second, and then we'll see if Essex is still on for a bit of a raid. I'll probably start up that boss battle, and then so we're not going into a boss battle straight away. Oh, one thing as well. We're going to be streaming tomorrow because we might not be streaming Friday. So I want to get a stream in tomorrow just in case. If we can stream Friday, great. If not, got that streaming on Thursday instead. Or if we don't stream Thursday, we'll be streaming Friday. However it works out. We'll see. Why not make the sword 2 colors from magenta and blue? And why don't I make the sword in 2 colors? Front magenta and back blue. Power claw, another of the 4 colors. The base, under the base, a fire. Oh, it's got like a torch on the base, so we could do 5 for that. We could do red in the gauntlet. Or we could do like blue or something. So it's got like a light, an OSL light source from the gauntlet itself, like you said. So we could do blue here. Blue and purple go really well together. We could maybe do like a little hint of purple on the sword to show that the sword is generating this light source. And then we could do blue in the gauntlet, do this side blue. So like I said, blue and purple, they mix really well. The back, we'll have, let me take it off the holder for a second. I'm really liking this idea. So on the back of the model, it'll have the red from the torch, which will glow onto the back here. And then what was left? Green was left, wasn't it? What could we do for green? Green claw, blue, purple sword, and red, orange torch. That could work, yeah. Do a little bit of green here instead. Do blue on this, maybe? Green on the back side of the blade. Oh god. Oh. Stay on the base. Oh. Green there. So we have the red there, blue up here, got the purple already. We need, like, if the torch was on this side, it'd be perfect, because then we could do the green, yeah. But we need something here, I think. So, yeah. That's why I said the chest doesn't really... Oh, God. Drunk Abaddon. That's why I said the chest doesn't really matter what we do with it. So we can mess about with it because it has this thing that sits on it. So that's why I've put the brightness in now. So then when we take this and glue it on, we can adjust the shadows depending on how the cables sit on the model. And then we're going to introduce the purple then onto these cables. And onto this like skull thing. But I wanted to get the purple in now, so we're not trying to get our brush underneath the cables and stuff and mess about with things like that. We can just drop some shadow in as and where it's needed. So like there's two of them, front and back. Possibly. Durability test, yeah. Will you leave him without the cloak? I'm adding the cloak. Cloak is going on for definite. Let's do the stream raiders before we that's melee, that is, isn't it? Let's do that. Yeah, let's do the stream raiders battle. Yeah, we're adding the cloak for sure. That's why I'm going to get a picture up now of Abaddon. See what it looks like with the cloak on. See how much of it covers as well. Abaddon. Oh, the cloak covers like pretty much that entire leg. So we don't really have to worry about that at all. Okay. Let's have a look at Chris's Insta. Check out how he did his Abaddon. It's just taking a hold. Yep, no worries. Thanks for that input, by the way. It's greatly appreciated. It's nice to see other people's like perspectives and things and their ideas, because someone else might think of something you've never thought of before. Yeah, I do appreciate that. Boop. Okay, I'm going to start up this boss battle. We're going to be ending in a few minutes. So we look for someone to raid. We'll have a look at that picture in a second. Let's go for... Go for you in the middle. Because why not? Okay. Let that run. Let's grab that picture. Finish your own thought. We need help with that sometimes. A lot of the time. So, switch to this. Pop up that. So this is Abaddon with the cloak. The cloak covers pretty much that entire leg. So we don't need to worry about that too much. Check out Chris. That cloak looks awesome. Yeah, he did like the star, yeah. With their colours on it. That's cool. Can't copy that though. Yeah, see, it's mostly all black, a little bit of edging and things. With like the sort of red behind the face, giving off a little bit of a glow. Those pipes look fantastic. The amount of like red on them. He's such an amazing painter. The only thing I don't like about this model is the ultramarine, crimson fist, whatever it's supposed to be. Like, is it from the Dark Pharaons? I think that's the chapter. Is that supposed to be the color for the marine? The marine on the base does not look finished to me. Like there's no trim color. I don't know. The base rim looks gross as well. Mostly, it's meant to be an ultra smurf. It doesn't read ultramarine to me, but you know, you don't know how long it's been dead for. Yeah, that cloak is fantastic though. Or like the little scratches and everything. Like you said, it looks exactly like aged leather. Honestly, I think the cloak is probably the best part of the model, in my opinion. Even without the design. Like these reds and stuff and that look fantastic. But like the tabard, the inside of the cloak and everything like that is shaded super nice. Got like that dark area, got the highlight right there. I think the cloak is probably the best part of the model for me. Like the design is fantastic. I think that looks really good though. Super dirty is this on the ground and being stomped on? True. Yeah, super cool. We'll aim to do something like that, I suppose. I don't know if we'll pull it off or not, but we can always try, can't we? Yeah, we're definitely adding the cloak. So we'll let that streamer as battle run. So yeah, we could do the blue coming from the gauntlet, from the claw, gauntlet. From the claw, I think that would look pretty cool. Then we could like, with the silver on the claw itself, add in a little bit of blue. That'll look really nice. That'll give us a little bit of OSL for the shoulder as well. Maybe a little bit onto the chest, just like a tiny bit. So I'll give less like the front. We could do a little bit of purple on the sword. Maybe not do the whole sword purple. Just do like a little hint of it. What colour did they paint it on? Chris did blue. They did blue as well. Maybe we could do green. I'll give us the green. I don't know where else we could put green. Because yeah, the cloak is going to cover all that. We're going to have the red from the torch on this side. That's going to be all covered. It's almost like kind of pointless painting all that, really. Do the blue there. Oof. Yeah, the blue at the top as well keeps it away from the ultramarine. We'll see. I'll have a think. I really love the direction it's going though. Bam. Gonna sneeze. No, we're not. Yes, we are. No, no. It's Chuck and Jan's YouTube channel. Doesn't have a video on painting leather. Trying to paint this really amazing leather. Yeah, we're sort of like okay at leather. It looks a bit worn and everything like that, but there's so much things we can improve on. That's why we do it for. But yeah, that is going to be it for today. Like I said, stream of this battle is going to continue. Boss battle, get units in on that. I'll start it up as soon as it's ready. Great job on the leather. Yeah, we'll be on tomorrow, definitely. Because like I said, Friday is like a sort of question mark at the moment. It's looking like it's not going to be streamed. That's why we're streaming tomorrow. So we'll be on tomorrow. I'll have a little think about what we're doing for this. We'll continue with some of the purple because I'm not changing the purple now. Maybe we'll try some of the blue up the top. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll be on tomorrow. Around about the same time, between about 12 and 1, something like that. Let's see if Essex is still streaming. No. Oh. Okay, never mind. Let's see who else is on. Let's check our follower list first. Brush Fire, Glorious Badger. I haven't seen Glorious Badger for a while. PG Mini Painting. Keeper Miniatures. I think they've just started, yeah. Royal Want to Explore to play Minecraft Dungeons. Nalindi, I'm sure I was following them. That name is super familiar. I swear I've been unfollowed by a bunch of people. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, let's get them their name typed in correctly. Is it? Yes, it's like that. And then, all right. Yeah, I'm sure I was following them. She's Welsh. You obviously know her. No, but Twitter does auto unfollow you, I think. I'm sure Twitch does as well. I'm sure we raided them before as well. Convinced of it. From South Wales as well. I probably do know them. Which auto unfollows. Maybe it like unfollows people that you haven't been in the channel for a while for. Maybe something to do with that. Don't know. Like I say, we don't spend hardly any time on Twitch other than for streaming. Am I Welsh? Yes. But you're from Merseyside? Nope. From South Wales as well. Like I say, we probably do know each other. Just not now, if that makes sense. Probably in the past or something. Don't know. Okay. Let's get this glove off. Do some brush cleaning and everything on that. Get this raid going. But yeah. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. really excited to see how this progresses. I'm thinking, no, we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm not delaying it any longer. Otherwise, we'll be here for another half an hour. But yeah, have a fantastic day, everybody. We'll be on tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's stream. We probably won't be on Friday. We'll be starting about between 12 and 1, usual start time. Do some more work on Abaddon, Abaddon, Ding Dong. Super excited about that. And yeah. Henry, you're very welcome. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.